Hello, everybody. I am live. I am live. I am live. I am live. Ugh. Alrighty. Okay. Hey, LeMay. Hey, Goody Gaming. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let me post that I'm live all the places, and then we'll be getting started. How was everybody's weekend? How was everybody's weekend? Went by too fast? Okay. Hey, Noel, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Focus. I got distracted. I'm getting distracted. Okay. Okay. Got some good times this weekend. Made a silly little game based on Honkai Star Rail just for the fun of it. Outside of that, oh, your sister came to visit? That's nice. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I'm supposed to be posting that I'm live, and I keep getting distracted. I really need to set up automatic going live posts, but I'm bad at those. I'm bad at setting that up. Okay. Okay. That's good. Sorry, we'll be getting rolling here just a minute. I know it's taking a little bit longer than normal because my brain is confusing. Okay. Alrighty. So, if anyone watching on YouTube hasn't liked the stream, please do like the stream. It helps the algorithm with getting it out to more people. I know it may seem like I'm asking for this a lot, but it really has helped with the growth since I started asking about it. So, I am going to try to make more of a habit of that. So, what is my, okay. Okay. Let's get my model booted up. That would probably be nice to get my model booted up. Alrighty. Let me grab my water bottle and then we will get started. I'm back. I'm back. Hello, Nabiru. I have my water bottles. I'm comfy. Stellar Zet. That's interesting, Noel Main. Tabletop game mixed with cards. Is it like a deck building game? Or is it like a blah, 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 perfect draw style kind of like tabletop game where you play cards? Okay. Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. I know we're running a little bit late. It's like coming up on 20 minutes, and I am just coming off the starting soon screen. Goodness gravy. I got so distracted. I get so distracted, chat. Chat, I get so distracted. I'm completely cooked. But it is good to see all of you. It is good to see all of you. My weekend went by really fast. It's more of a deck builder / card game. You play as a powerful path strider that rises in power. The objective of the game is to defeat the opponent's path striders. Okay. So it's kind of like the thing with the Star Rail where like if you stride the paths, you get power essentially. I still argue that like most of the characters in Star Rail are, if they were D&D characters, are just some different flavor of cleric, because that's how their powers work. They follow the path, and their deity gives them powers. I haven't touched Star Rail in like 3 weeks. Alrighty. So, last stream, I worked on putting together the suit up setting. I need a better name for it, but that's just what I got for it so far, right? And we worked on putting together the depth of the story, the stuff about the story, and the secrets behind the secrets to the story. And well, not really the story, but secrets to the world and the stuff that, like, if I was to run a game in it, it would be the stuff that people would discover as they went, right? And I still do want to run a game in that setting. But I have just recently been thinking about what kind of character I would want for that setting, right? And that got me thinking about this character's story, this character's arc, and it got me thinking about this, and I got to thinking about like kind of, because the one of the things about being a storyteller is when you tell so many different stories, right, with different inspirations, themes, and settings, is sometimes there's some crossover, some bleed, where different ideas bleed over from one story to the next. And I wanted to take a lot of the ideas from my Starship story, where you have a protagonist who's lost his family and who's lost his family due to his own incompetence and incapability, and is looking for self-actualization, and then getting drawn into a bigger story, right? And I was like, that kind of, you could kind of do that with the suit up story and have the protagonist be someone who like loses their family, and that for like wife leaves him, whatever, midlife crisis, and then gets one of the PDA suits, the personal deployable armors. And that actually reminds me, there's something real quick I need to do. So Silva reminded me of something that whatchamacallit, Kamen Rider Den-O has all those different forms, right? And there's one form called the platform that is the basis, the underform that's underneath all the other forms. That's like if the main character in Den-O isn't currently possessed by any of the spirits, the one that he takes when he henshins. That could be a good thing for a good reference image for the PDA suits. And of course, Kamen Rider Wiki is still borked. The Kamen Rider Wiki is still borked. Let me get it so I can show you the image. Okay. You have these tokens scattered around the table, and your character moves around the board to collect the tokens that work as resources. Ooh, nice. Very nice, Noel Bane. So it's kind of like a deck builder slash like board game. Oh, that's really interesting, Noel Bane. Okay. And then but yeah, it's been interesting looking at different like mass-produced writers. And seeing like what they look like and stuff. Hey, Goody Gaming. Yeah, it's good to see you, Goody Gaming. Did you I don't know if you're just coming back, but it's good to see you. It's good to see all of you. It's always great to see all of you. Okay. I haven't touched Blender stuff in a little bit, and I need to get my mojo back with that. I've been so distracted, I haven't really been able to focus on that recently. Okay, so got some of these images. Let me show you the Den-O platform. So, image. This is what I mean about like it looking super generic, and I feel like that could totally work as a reference image for the things, for the PDAs, as like this is like the default look of them or something. And I want to have the thing where like in Deno where you have to scan the pass, except you scan your phone in order to activate it because you have to have the app and the subscription in order to use it, in order to use the belt. I don't know, that just seems really cool. So then you have the belt buckle, and then you just go beep, scan it, and then get into your form. Anyway, so there's been a lot of like bleed over and crossover from different ideas as I've been taking these different pieces and ideas and kind of boiling them down. And see, that's the thing with having a lot of ideas, is that sometimes the ideas build off of each other, right? Let me remove that so I don't forget to remove it. And so it's okay if you have a lot of ideas and you don't get a chance to see all of them through, because the act of forming the idea can inform and cause expansion in the next idea. Things can grow into the next idea. And that's kind of what I do. I have all these ideas and I let my things grow from one idea into the next. And so I was taking my idea for the Starship story and looking at how I can adapt it to this, and also taking an idea from a long time ago. I had this idea because there was this thing where me and my bro were really into Kamen Rider, right? And we made our OCs, and my OC was Kamen Rider Shield, and his OC was Kamen Rider Spear. And we talked about us being like the ultimate defense versus the ultimate offense, and like being bros. And like, it was just, we were just in it, you know, we were just being full fanboys about like, we had our own fan fiction in our head that we never got around to writing, our own headcanon of like a Kamen Rider University, that game. And we started crafting this story about having a thing where like you could gain the powers of any Kamen Rider and become any kind of superhero, any kind of henshin hero, from studying at Kamen Rider Academy. And had all these stories and ideas. I think, and I had this idea for Kamen Rider Shield, and the idea was someone who is like all about the ultimate defense and reflecting attacks back at the user, right? And my big inspiration for Kamen Rider Shield was, let me see if I have the image. Did I grab Ixa? No, I did not grab an image of Ixa. Kamen Rider Ixa was my favorite Kamen Rider for a long time. But it was because he had the whole Crusader theme going on, and was like, wasn't really bug themed, and was just like, just seemed really cool to me. And I liked the idea that Ixa was the Kamen Rider that was made by humanity, not based on some other supernatural technology. But Ixa was like the paladin, cleric, knight thing, right? And I really liked that idea. And ooh, there's some good pictures. There've been some cool figurines of Ixa. I might save up and get one. Get a figurine of Ixa. Ixa was my favorite for the longest time. So far, we got the elements Fire, Aqua, Bio, Geo, Wind, Thunder, Imaginary, and Quantum. We got 4 different path striders to play as. A melee damage dealer, a tank, a healer, and a utility caster. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. So how many players is it? Is it, you said it was just you and, let me scroll up and see. Like, how many players is it? You say you've got 4 things. Is it like 4 players and a game master? Is it PvP? Is it like, what's it look like? It's up to 4 players battling each other. Ooh. So then how does that work with the different damage rolls? Can multiple people play melee damage? Or does it become a thing where, like, one player is playing melee damage and another player is playing a tank? Like, how does the tank win that fight? Like, yes, they can endure damage, but, like, the melee damage dealer is just going to, like, normally a tank doesn't do a whole lot of damage. So, like, how does that pan out? Okay, so this was the inspiration. Oh my gosh, of course the image is huge. This was the inspiration I had for Kamen Rider Shield because it has the shield in the center area and its face looks like a shield. Kinda like its whole thing and its armor and how it's all situated. This was my, like, Kamen Rider Ixa was my favorite and still is one of my favorite writers. Definitely top 5. And of the modes, I prefer the starting mode, the save mode, the most. Because it seemed the most limited and it was like the most challenging, and it was like using the suit was actually a challenge for the wearer. Whereas the later modes were just straight power-ups. Whereas this was like, it was a risk-reward thing. It was, could you defeat the enemy before the suit destroyed you? And like the original Ixa in save mode didn't actually, like, I don't think it actually defeated anyone. It just repelled them and drove them off. So I always wanted to see Ixa get a thing. So this was my inspiration for Kamen Rider Shield, except I had imagined a different belt where it was like, had these, for my idea for my OC Kamen Rider Shield would have had these things on the sides of the belt that were like half shields, and then and whenever he henshin, he brings them around. He slides them around the belt into the front, and they link together in order to form a whole shield. And his whole thing is just being a big shield and reflecting attacks back at enemies. So that was my Kamen Rider OC for a while back, and my bro was like doing Kamen Rider Spear was his, where his was all about no defense, all offense, having a spear that could pierce through enemies' weaknesses and create weaknesses and create openings, and just a spear that couldn't be stopped. So then we were like opposites, where mine was like an immovable object and his was the unstoppable force. And those were our OCs forever ago. So I was like, how can I take that? How can I take those OCs? How can I take those OCs and take those ideas and take all of these things and all the things I've learned about storytelling and all the growth that I've experienced? How do I take all of those things and import it into this new setting? Was what I've been really thinking about recently. Basically, you can be any Path Strider, even the same type as your opponent. Each Path Strider comes with 3 elements it can use with the cards and skills it can cast. Okay. This doesn't sound like a simple project, Noel, man, because the way you described it, you're like, oh, I made a little game. Let me scroll up. How do you describe it? You said you made a silly little game. This sounds more in-depth than a silly little game, Noel, man. But one of the things I liked about Ixa in Kamen Rider Kiva was that the suit was like, there was no this was based on this other suit. There was no this is based on some other technology. This is using some other thing. It was just a thing that was made with completely human technology to counter the Fangire. Creators usually the harshest critics of the project. You know what? That actually rings true a little bit, Nabiru. That actually rings true. And I like Kamen Rider Ixa for a lot of the same reasons why Gao Faigar is my favorite version of Gao Gaigar, right? Because it represents humanity's determination. Like, I found out later through like reading some extra stuff after I watched the show that like they did have G-stones that were used in the production of the GS Ride system and all of the different Brave Robos in Gao Gaigar. You had G-stones in them, which made a lot more things make sense. Like, how are they connecting their G-stones? But like, okay, so they all had G-stones in them, and they had the technology with the G-stones. And it wasn't until I read stuff later that, like, I guess it was revealed at some point that, like, when they got Galleon and Galleon allowed them to study it, they found in an internal compartment a supply of G-stones that they used to make the robos and stuff, and to advance their technology. But like, that doesn't, and yes, in the manga it does explain that Gao Faigar was designed using like essentially like extra technology that was like developed with the capability of a super genius, a child who like gained super genius powers temporarily as a child and was able to design their engine systems and Galfaigar, and who like lost her like genius abilities after she was kidnapped by these villains, and I think regained them later in life in the story that takes place after Gal Gaigar Grand Glorious Gathering. And so there's a whole bunch of stuff there, but that doesn't change the fact that like Galfaigar represented this whole idea that like humanity said, Galleon and the kid have left. We still need to defend ourselves from the remaining from any Zonder remnants and any nefarious organizations that want to make use of Zonder technology. We need a giant robot to defend ourselves. So they took the GS Right technology. They took the G stones, and they built their own unit completely independent of Galleon. And they built Galfaigar. And that is why I love, one of the reasons I love Galfaigar. Just did some doodles on paper for the cards and grabbed a cardboard and drew the grid with a marker. Pieces are spare minis, bottle caps, this stuff. Yeah, but like you had to come up with like card effects and like paths and elements and character types. Like that's really interesting, Noel, man. I think you're selling yourself a little short here. But tonight, we are going to talk about the story that I have been tinkering around with, that has a suit similar to this, as like an advanced PDA suit, right? Except wielding a special shield. So to be, and the hero's name will be Shield, and instead of Kamen Rider Shield, it'll be Shield, and whereas my original idea for Kamen Rider Shield was this dude who would like, I was in the middle of my angsty phase. Don't judge me. But when I came up with my Kamen Rider OC, I had this idea of this guy who like was cybernetically enhanced to gain all of these powers, right? And his whole thing was that he had no memories. And he just woke up in this organization having been modified with cybernetic powers and being able to transform into Kamen Rider Shield, kind of like the old cyborgs from like the Showa era Kamen Riders, but except he has no memories, and his only clue from his past is a video recording he has on his phone of himself before undergoing the surgery, saying who he was, how much he wants this, and this was entirely his choice. And I think the idea I was going with was going to be this idea that like he got drawn into a cult, and the old him had like completely bought into this cult, but after being modified and having his memory wiped, and he gets a fresh start, when he takes a fresh look at the stuff the cult is selling, he realizes this isn't good at all, and he leaves. And he turns on them, and he becomes the hero trying to stop them from taking over the world, right? And then it was this whole angsty idea of this character who lives knowing that the person he was, I guess, like got duped, and that he has no connection. He doesn't know anyone. He doesn't know any of his family. He's in a place where he doesn't recognize anybody. It was this whole angsty story, right? And he was called Shield, but he summoned like energy shields. Like oh, what was that? Oh. My whole thing was that like uh, uh, he summoned this like this dome around himself of energy shields that could deflect things, but it had a limited number of shields. And every time he prevented damage to himself or an ally, it broke one of the shields. And like when all of his shields broke, he was defenseless. So his whole thing was like using the shields to stop and to deflect attacks. That was his whole thing. And then like but yeah, that was my Common Rider OC, and I want to take that idea and I want to port it into the suit up setting, except not a Common Rider, having an actual backstory, being more focused on like midlife crisis. Hey, there's nothing to be there's like it is interesting. I realize you aren't like apologizing, but like you did something really cool, and I think you shouldn't sell yourself short. You're a very talented individual. Like, I don't want you to feel embarrassed or like I'm like poking at you as much as I want you to know, to like take a moment to acknowledge your own capabilities. You did something really cool there. You developed all these rules and these concepts and these ideas. And that's really cool. And I'm proud of you, Noel Main. I'm proud of you. But yeah, I want to take these ideas and I want to port them over to the suit up series that's not going to be super angsty, going to be taking this, combining it with the space character story. Hello, KM Gilbertson, country girl. Good to see you. We're just getting started. I was talking about an old OC I had forever ago and how that still influences some of my character writing. And how we're going to be porting that over. So the setting goes good. Last stream, I worked on creating a setting. A superhero setting that I could use for either a story or a game or both or all of the above. And ever since I really fleshed that out last stream, I've been thinking about it all weekend, and I've had these ideas and it's been bouncing around. It's been hard for me to think about anything else as I've just been like bouncing around ideas for like a character and taking the character, not exactly the character, but a lot of the concepts and ideas from my Starship story and porting them over to this new setting, right? And that's one of the things that's like one of the, like where I say, I believe the act of creation in and of itself is a valuable thing to do, right? It stretches your mind in a different way. And I believe even if I don't finish it, it's still what I do still affects me, still affects the future, still influences future work. And I think that's kind of how it goes, where I keep having all of these story ideas where I'm taking these ideas and some of them stick, some of them are good, some of them aren't, but I take them and I use these ideas to build into the next idea, right? And that's kind of what I'm doing here tonight. That's what I'm going to do tonight. We're going to work on putting together a basic brainstormed idea, not quite outlining, not quite doing like a chapter by chapter outline, but doing just an idea to take these things that we defined in the last stream and put them together to create the basic framework. I don't want to use the word outline because it's not an outline, but it's just like, it's not even like a web or anything fancy like that. It's just going to be a big text document. Anyway, let's get started. It's coming up. It's after 9:20. So let's get started. Okay. Okay. Focus. Gotta focus. Gotta focus, chat. What just happened? I tried to close one text document and I closed both of them. That was not what I meant to do. Hold on. There we go. That was weird. Okay. So, first, let me get rid of this image so I don't forget to remove it. So first things first, I'm gonna go over the setting. Then I'm going to introduce the characters, and we're going to start putting together a lot of the ideas. Okay, chat? Gonna hop back, come back later. All right. Have a good night, Noel Main. It was great seeing you, and if I don't see you later, I want you to know that I value you and that you're a wonderful individual. Have yourself a great night, Noel Main, and I do hope to see you later, though. Also, if you're watching the stream on YouTube and you haven't liked the stream yet, please do like the stream. It helps the algorithm with getting it out to more people. It lets YouTube know that you all are interested in the stream and that other people should see it too. And it has helped my growth tremendously. So if anybody wants to like the stream, that would be very helpful. Starting a work sprint of my own, so going to go lurk mode. Hey, listen, it's great to have you. Good luck on the lurk. It's great. Thank you for the lurk. And have yourself a good productive stream. I hope you enjoy the creative vibes and you get a lot of stuff done, country girl. Okay. 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 So, basic setup of the world of Suit Up. Modern Earth, like our own. So there's internet, there's technology, all kinds of stuff, but there's more. Some people are born with superpowers. Other people gain powers through magic, technology, divine blessing, or mutation. So it's kind of like a Marvel DC-esque kind of world, right? Heroes and villains battle for their ideals to make the world they desire. And there is a hero system in place where superheroes can be trained and licensed to work professionally. with the police to solve crimes and stop supervillains. Superheroes receive a small stipend for each case they solve, but they also market themselves and supplement their incomes with merch sales and brand deals. And this society prides itself as being a society of heroes. And then in the middle of all of this, in the city of Jury, the city's name is Jury, so they have a jury league instead of a justice league. Get it? Get it? A new rising tech corp called Malady. Actually, I won't put that in there. I won't say where it's based in. But a new rising tech corp called Malady Corp releases a revolutionary new product. Their motto is the powerlessness is the malady, and we sell is the modern malady, and we sell the cure. They sell special suits that can be deployed from a special belt buckle. The suit gives the wearer super strength and durability. With the suit on, you can easily lift 1 ton and do amazing other feats, like jumping over a building in a single bound. It's called PDA, or Personal Deployable Armor. It draws power from an alternate dimension that's parallel to our own and full of infinite energy, but that energy, in order to be drawn out, has to be connected to a person. So like that energy can't be used to drive drones or something, right? Or it can't be used to like power houses and stuff. It has to actually be done to like power things with people. Has to be connected to people. Something about the transdimensional energy required a person to be present in order to draw the power. If the suits use it for an extended period of time, it will begin to overheat and eventually need time to cool off. And the big thing about it is there's no licensing or waiting list to buy the suit. And they're apparently cheap for Malady to produce. Only restriction is usage. Is the app you get when you buy the belt buckle. App serves as a validation of purchase, making sure that the belt wasn't stolen when being used. So this also means you can't, like, if you don't want your belt anymore, you can't just like pass it off to somebody, because they need to buy, or else they have to buy the app themselves. And it requires a subscription to maintain validation, but there are tiers to the subscription. The higher tiers get more activation time per month, with the gold tier getting unlimited usage hours per month. The free subscription only gets 1 hour of activation per month. If you ever are in a situation where you need the suit but don't have any usage hours left, you can use the emergency button. It will activate and send out a signal alerting local authorities of your emergency and location, and it will bill you an extremely high rate for your activation time. But military demanded more advanced versions of PDA for military usage. Malady Corp partnered with Vigor Corp, a military contractor, to develop aftermarket add-on parts that unleash the full potential of the suits. Allowing them to keep up with full superhumans in combat and special weapons interfaced with the PDA to cause devastating destruction. They also developed massive humanoid war machines, giant robots called mechs, that could interface with the PDA and be piloted easily. These machines were absolutely just devastating on the battlefield. Okay, so Mil-spec PDA. Okay. Okay. So expanding on that. And then the big thing is that recently these aftermarket add-ons, weapons, and mechs have been finding their way into villain hands, along with plenty of PDAs. Because of this, superheroes have to work harder than ever and are in great demand. So then we did the truths and lies thing in order to create some depth to the story, to create some secrets, some things that only certain people know, and in order to add some stuff for players in a game to find out, or for intrigue to unleash as stuff moves forward, right? And developed a faction that could serve as a villainous faction for the players to square off against in a game, or like one of many. There could be a variety of villainous factions for the players to deal with. And we're going to expand in some of that tonight. So this is the general setting, right? Then we get over to the story. I have nothing written. Normally by now I would have had a bunch of stuff written, but I haven't. It's funny. I normally would like write a bunch of stuff and then I'll talk to Okusen and like brainstorm stuff with Okusen, but I haven't been able to really connect with Okusen this weekend. And I've just been really distracted. I had an interesting thing with my Lancer game. Actually, I want to share about this real quick. So I had a moment with my Lancer game where we got to a point and I wasn't exactly ready for what was going to happen next. I knew it was coming, but just because of stuff in my life, because of being distracted, because of all the stuff, and I had a headache and I wasn't doing great. And I was like, normally I would push through, but then I remembered something. That superhero game I saw on Untold Stories Project, on the USP thing, right? That stream I saw, one of the things that the Game Master talked about, because they'd ended early, was that the Game Master had said, sometimes if you're not ready as the Game Master, it's okay to ask your players to end early, so that way you can put stuff together and be ready for the next session, instead of trying to force yourself and push through and end up in situations that you just aren't prepared for. Right. And I did that and I got a lot of, and it was after the session, after I called the session, I got a lot of ideas for like what I could do. And I still need to piece through the rest of that. I'm going to piece through the rest of that over the course of this week. It's just like dealing with stuff, you know? Anyway, so this is taking a lot of the ideas of the middle-aged, midlife crisis kind of guy, whose own mistakes and shortcomings lead to his life falling apart and him becoming a hero and his own kind of hero's journey. So let's get started with that, okay? Excuse me. Main character is named Alexander. I haven't thought of a last name. I'll be honest. I'll think I want to say at some point. Start of story is 40 years old. Oldest protagonist yet. Married with 2 kids. Works as an insurance agent. Wife is named Nancy. And Keeping the names. Keeping the names of Lisa and Bobby. Wife's name Nancy. So we actually named the characters this time. That's how much I've thought about this. I've actually named the characters. So for the last 10 years, Alexander's been devoted to his work as an insurance agent. He believes that this is the only way he can help people in a world lives in a world of superpowers and advanced technology. For home, auto, health, and renters insurance. He knows the company will do anything to prevent the company. He knows his company will do, his coworkers will do anything to prevent the company from paying out on claims. And he's determined to protect his customers from them. You know, you remind me of myself when I was younger, hopeless loser that no one wanted to waste the time on, including my parents. Thankfully, that all changed when I met my master. He saw something in me, no one else. Now I have the power that is beyond anything I could have imagined. I found a purpose he believes in. If you survive this, I'm sure you'll feel the same. Ooh, I like that villain monologue, LeMay. I like the villain monologue. You know, you remind me of myself when I was younger, a hopeless loser with that no one wanted to waste their time on, including my parents. Thankfully, that all changed when I met my master. He saw something in me that no one else. Now I have power that is beyond anything I could have imagined, and I found a purpose he believes in. If you survive this, I'm sure you'll feel the same. Ooh, I like it. So it sells the idea. So one of the things that I like about villain monologues is when the monologue sells this idea that the villain on some level cares about the protagonist. The villain is not some person who's just evil for evil's sake. They have a reason. They have a morality. They have a sense of justice. And they believe that what they're doing is justified and right. And their deepest desire is for the protagonist to see their direction, is to understand them and to work alongside them. And I think that monologue sells that really well with this idea about, like, you remind me of myself, a little bit of backstory, and then talks about what changed, where the villain had this terrible life, but it changed when they met their master. And now they have something to believe in, and they're hoping that after this is over, after this crisis is over, if the hero survives, that they'll feel the same way, that they'll feel that same conviction and understanding and gain that wisdom. So that way they'll fight alongside the hero. I mean, they'll fight alongside the villain. It's all right, LeMay. I got what you were saying. Missing out on most of his kids' lives. What do they call those? Well, it's like the early like football game. Oh goodness. Well, I just got a message that's very important. So I'm supposed to go run errands tomorrow to get like my rent money in order to be able to pay my rent on time. And my friend was supposed to drive me, so I texted her and I was like, "Hey, are we still on for tomorrow?" And she just got back to me and was like, "Hey, sorry, I'm looking to try to find you another ride. I got an opportunity to go visit this relative today, and I took that opportunity, and I forgot to tell you that I'm just not even in town." And I'm like, "Oh goodness, great." Needing to find a ride at the last second. Wonderful. Let me text someone. Hold on, give me 1 second, chat. Okay, let me. Okay. Well, guess it's a good thing I heard back. Okay. Anyway, let's get back to the story. Bob. So I want some kind of a catalyst where like he finally crosses the line and he says something he shouldn't. And Yeah, something like that. So I want him to say something like, you guys are all safe. You don't need me. You don't need my attention. But his customers need him. He's like, because so the idea at the start of the story is main character Alexander is an insurance agent, right? In this world of superheroes and supervillains, right? And he has this idea that he wants to help people. And for the last 10 years that he's worked at this insurance company, he has been devoted to his job because it is his outlet for getting that good feeling like he's helping people, right? And he knows that because of how like stingy insurance companies can be, right? He knows that his coworkers, if his coworkers process a claim for one of his customers, he knows that his coworkers are going to find every excuse to nickel and dime and rip them off and give them the lowest payment that they are legally able to give. So what he does all the time is he has these customers that he has sold to himself. He's made a personal promise. I will help you, right? So they contact him whenever there's an emergency, right? And 10 years of selling insurance, there's a lot of people that's going to have an emergency, right? Especially in a world of superheroes and supervillains, right? So he goes into work. He works all these extra hours to try to help people. And he goes into work at all hours of the day or night, whenever there's an emergency, to start processing the claim to make sure he gets the maximum payout possible for his customers, because he's trying to help. But in doing that, he's so focused on his job, he's so focused on helping people with his insurance job, that he's neglecting his family. And his family has been putting up with it for 10 years, right? He's been missing family events. He's been leaving early. He doesn't even say goodbye. He just leaves. They don't carpool anywhere anymore. He just drives his own car whenever they go anywhere, just so he can leave if there's an emergency. And then finally comes to an argument with his wife where she's finally had enough, and she's like, listen, you're just not even absent in our lives. I mean, you're not even present in our lives. Like he has good intentions per se, but he's not seeing what's right in front of him, and he's taking his family for granted. I think it's going to be a thing where he's like, you don't need me, these people need me, right? I think that's the moment whenever it like flips the switch in his wife's mind, where she's like, he thinks we don't need him. And then she's like, maybe we don't need you, and then just leaves. No, wait. I know what she would. Ooh, that's an interesting story. A lawyer who worked for an insurance job and then became an accident claim lawyer. Ooh, that's cool. I think it's going to be a thing where she asks him if he needs them. And he doesn't think. And he says no. She just asks him because he's like, you should be happy you don't need me. And she's like, do you need us? And he's like, well, no, I don't need an accountant. He's just thinking of like what job she serves, right? Okay. 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 Okay, there we go. Hold up, I just got a message. Hold on 1 second, chat. Okay. 1 second, chat. Hello, Herbert Steele. I don't know what is real. Is what real? Cat, is this real? Oh, that's one way to put it in, Herbert. That's a that's a line, all right. Okay. Okay. Oh, really? Who's that? Derek from accounting? Okay. Oh, goodness. I severely doubt Derek from accounting is watching my stream. I'm not a very popular streamer. You're right. It is possible, Herbert. It is definitely possible, Herbert. No, it's fine. I was just typing up ideas. So what I'm working on tonight, Herbert, last stream I worked on creating a setting for like a superhero game or story or something. And I've been thinking about it. I did that on Friday. And all weekend long I've been really thinking about it. So I'm trying to take a lot of my other like disconnected ideas from past story ideas and put them together into a story idea for this setting. So now I'm trying to piece this together. This is kind of like the pre-story, the story before the story that starts at the beginning. That's kind of like the main character's origin story. I haven't thought of a last name. I'll be honest, Herbert. So Alexander becomes relevant later in the story because Alexander as a name means it refers to a person who's like a shield bearer in a battle formation, the person who's a defender or helper of the people behind them, right? And that becomes relevant because he becomes the superhero shield, where his whole thing is he has this kind of enchanted shield that he uses to defend other people and to repel enemies, right? So that becomes relevant. Yeah, protector of man. I did some research on it for various reasons, and Luthor could work as a last name. Oh wait, doesn't that make him Lex Luthor? Oh my gosh, you got me, Herbert. You got me, Herbert. Yeah. You almost got me, Herbert. You almost got me. Okay. Really wanted to make a superhero story, you'd have to introduce multiple confusing timelines, make the ones where he didn't protect his clients, got greedy, and started going by Lex. Oh, goodness. So there's this VTuber agency, because I'm a VTuber, right? And there is this VTuber agency called Bond Live, that like keeps liking a bunch of my stuff. Like when I post my going live notifications, they'll like my posts, and I don't know how I feel about that. Because I'm just like, they see my posts and they're liking them. And I don't think they follow me. So, and they keep liking my posts. And I don't know if that's like some kind of statement of interest or what that means. But it's just kind of funny. I don't know anything about them. All I know about them is that they keep liking my posts. I followed them because they're a VTuber company, and I follow VTuber companies just to keep up with news and stuff. But like, you're right, it could be some general it could just be some general PR stuff. It's just like, oh, okay. I see you. Oh goodness, Herbert, what fighting games are you practicing? And it's fine. I always enjoy having people here. I always encourage during my streams, I encourage people to work on other projects and do some kind of like parallel play thing. Enjoy the lo-fi music we've got going. And enjoy the creative vibes. I tell you what I'm working on, you tell me what you're working on, and we all kind of work on doing stuff together. So that's perfectly fine, Herbert. Blah, 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 blah. So this is kind of the story before the story, where it like there's going to be a time skip and then it's going to get to the current story, right? And this is kind of the origin of like where he starts. Alexander starts here where he has become so detached from his family and from society. He's so determined. He's so wrapped up in his, oh, hey, Jesus. So this character is so wrapped up in his ideals as believing he's helping people with his insurance job that he is neglecting his family. And it all comes back to bite him when his family's like, well, if you don't need us and we don't need you, we're just gonna leave. And then all of a sudden he starts to realize what he had when it was gone. I'm currently practicing BlazBlue Central for greatest fighting game of all time. I will die. Okay. And I'm doing Ragna combo challenges. Got to learn to micro dash. Oh my gosh. Okay. So what's the name? My bro used to be, well, someone who I consider my bro. We haven't really talked in a while and he kind of cut me out of his life, but that's a whole nother story. But he used to be really into fighting games. I don't know if he still is. But hold on, I just saw a bug that I was trying to kill that fell down and I don't know where it went. But yeah, so I practiced fighting games exclusively so I could help my bro practice, because like he dreamed of going to like tournaments and stuff. So like I just practiced to be enough to be like his warm-up. So I never really got good. I just got annoying. I just got annoying at fighting games. Kind of, Herbert. Kind of. I like to start on like the pre stuff of like that leads to where he goes. And to start with like his arc of where he starts. But yeah, there was this character in BlazBlue that I used to play. She had like I think she like had armor that was made out of a sword. It was like black. Hold on, one second. Let me look up BlazBlue characters. My bro never really went to any. He talked about wanting to go to them, but then he never really did. I think he was very intimidated. And I tried to encourage him as much as I could, but he was just really worried about like showing up and like looking good. I did Iron Tiger. That was another character I did that I loved because he was big, he was easy, grabs, just I wasn't very good with reaction speed. And there was where's the one? Arin Hakumen or New 13. I think it was New 13. New 13 sounds familiar. Wasn't there like two? There was like Mu 12 and New 13, right? Wasn't there? Wait, no, I'm looking. New 13 is like black, wasn't it? Oh, it was like blue. Lambda 11. That's what I'm thinking of. I did Lambda 11 and New 13 were the characters I love playing in Blaze Blue. One, because they're like kind of mechanical characters. And also, like, because I like mechs. I like mech stuff. And they were kind of like cyber stuff. And I just, I was doing stuff. Hey, Noel Main, welcome back. Welcome back. You play the big grappler in every game, Jesus? Nice. All right, I will be right back. I need to use the restroom. I'm going to just put up the intermission screen real quick. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch that dial. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Ken goes crazy in Third Strike. Okay. Okay, all right, I gotta tell you a story. So I used to play Magic, and I went to this card shop that also held fighting game tournaments. They would like, you could rent a TV, bring your system in, and then set up stuff where like you could do fighting games, and like they would do, if enough people showed up for a game, they would do tournaments and all that stuff for fighting games, right? And I think it was, I don't know if it was Street Fighter or what they were playing, right? But there were these two people playing when I was there for a Magic tournament, right? I got walloped because I was not in the zone with Magic, right? But there was this moment that I don't think I'll ever forget. But now that I'm remembering, because you mentioned about command grabs, all I hear is, I see at the corner of my eye just stuff happening on screen. And one dude just goes, "Yo, who wake up command grabs?" And the other guy goes, Yo, what are you doing jumping over my downed body? And that was just so funny to me. I didn't even see what was happening on screen. I just heard it because it was like in the same area as me. Wake up anti-air command grab. Yes. And that was just hilarious to me when the guy's like, "Who wake up at command grabs? What you doing jumping over my prone body, my downed body?" Teleputer, thank you for the subscription. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot through the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. It is great to have you. I think you were at my last stream, but it's definitely good to see you again. Teleputer, always glad to have more subscribers. Always glad to have more people. Next month, or maybe sometime later this month, now that it is September, I'm planning to do, since I hit my goal of getting over 300 YouTube subscribers before the end of 2024, I'm going to be doing a cursed food stream. It's all going to be vegan because I'm vegan, and going to be some cursed food. And there's still the running challenge of if I hit 1,000 subscribers before the end of 2024, I'm gonna do a karaoke stream, and we'll see what that looks like. But cool. Anyway, back to the story. I know the barest minimum. I used to be involved with it. Not involved. I used to like know it whenever I was doing Blaze Blue stuff with my bro, but I'm not good at, I don't have a lot of good hand-eye coordination. So like I couldn't do like complex combos, which is why I liked Lambda, because I could just do very simple button inputs and create essentially an obstacle course for my opponent to be able to get to me, as I could just like learn very simple button inputs in order to create combos to juggle enemies, and it was just really easy for me to do, and that was one of the reasons why I really enjoyed Lambda. Or also in Street Fighter I played Balrog because I cosplayed Balrog once, and after that I cosplayed Balrog once, got the haircut and everything, and after that, like, I thought Balrog was cool, so I learned to play Balrog. And he's a charge character, so I learned how to play charge characters. Persona, ain't that a video game? What? 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 Herbert, what? What? The Oedipus complex? What? Oh my gosh, and Blaze Blue does the what? In the clones, in the comic book anime clones kind of way. I gotta watch a Blaze Blue lore video. Me explaining Animorphs lore to people. Listen, it's just war crimes. It's just. Oh my gosh, that sounds so crazy, Herbert. Extra tragic war crimes. Yes, Animorphs goes wild. Sometimes I wonder if Animorphs is why I'm so obsessed with war stories. And sci-fi shenanigans. What? Are you talking about Blaze Blue, Herbert? That's some wild. Yo, fighting games got some wild lore. Yeah. Oh, there was a PC game? Cool. Considering how old Animorphs is, I'm pretty sure Animorphs predates ray tracing. I think there are plenty of games without ray tracing that are worth playing. I play old classic games. Most of the games I play are at least 8 to 10 years old. I also play on the lowest graphical settings whenever possible. Comes from living so long playing on laptops. There's a reason my stream is 480p. Oh, is it that bad, Jesus? Difficulty curve go burr. I just realized you're being sarcastic. Arbitrary feature which really adds very little in today's gaming sphere despite being advertised as such a big upgrade? Yes. What do you mean? Mm-hmm. What? What are you talking about, Herbert? Red Dead's what? You can ignore half the combat mechanics of the game until the last chapter, where you better hope you mastered every combat mechanic in the game. Oh no. That's not a difficulty curve, Jesus. That's a difficulty cliff. That's a difficulty cliff, Jesus. Yep, that straight up. Oh, goodness. Indie pixel art game. Straight up, Jesus. More story-driven indie games need thirst and hunger mechanics. If I don't have to sleep in real time, is it... Oh my gosh, Herbert. Herbert! Might be cooking. Might be cooking. Might be cooking, Jesus. I don't know. I don't even know what Fear and Hunger 2 is about. Hmm. Okay. The moon wants to kill you and the outer gods are a-holes, and every time you rest, the moon permanently moves closer, so you have a finite amount of saves before your game perma ends. Oh, goodness. A cosmic horror. Battle Royale visual novel, but cosmic horror. That's a phrase that that's a group of words I did not expect to see put together, Jesus. Oh gosh. That's brutal. That's bizarre, Herbert. I'm not sure if that sounds like a very fun game, chat. Hmm. Hello, Nevermore. How are you doing? Just woke up from a nap. Was it a good nap? Did you have any good dreams, Nevermore? For anyone on YouTube who's wondering who Nevermore is someone on Twitch. I'm streaming them both on Twitch and YouTube. Labor Day weekend, nice. In the first game, you have to traverse the dungeon of fear and a hunger for various reasons depending on your character. One girl wants to find this guy. You revive him. No skin? Ew. Resting up for the week? Nice. Everything's basically a coin flip? Oh, goodness. Biological manipulation, ancient civilizations, anime girls, war, and extensive philosophical questioning don't get a pretty result. Oh, my gosh. Oh, your old story. Okay. You want to write but felt way too tired? Hey, well, there's nothing wrong with that. I hope this stream can be fun and relaxing for you, Nevermore. That sounds really rough, Herbert, about item drops and what's that, fear and hunger you're talking about? decided by coin flips. I mean, you usually use some level of randomization for item drops, but normally there's like chests and stuff. Mm-hmm. All right. Once you get used to it, it's not as bad as it sounds. There are a lot of chests to make up for the probability that half will be duds. Wait, when you say half will be duds, do you mean it's like it coin flips which items, or is it you saying it coin flips as to whether or not there's an item in the chest? Because I've heard of things where like the chests are random, like even in Minecraft, when you open a chest for the first time, a naturally spawned chest, when you open it for the first time, it'll randomly generate from a loot table what's in the chest. Oh, so there's a chance that there's nothing in the chest? Oh, goodness. That's rough. Oh, wow, that's rough. Okay. And very specifically, fear and hunger, yeah. So there's kind of like so basically, basic gist of the story, main character, Alexander, has been working as an insurance agent for the last 10 years, sacrificed essentially time with his family in order to, that's interesting, Jesus. A decision that works in one game, but it just flat out fails if it was put in any other game. Makes for an interesting idea. So, anyway, Alexander has a family. He's been working as an insurance agent for the last 10 years. He's so dedicated to his job that he's been sacrificing time with his family in order to be better at his job and try to help out his customers. And he's done all of this stuff. And his family eventually leaves him because he's just being so neglectful that they just don't do it. And there's this big dramatic moment when like he's trying to fight for like visitation or partial custody or something for his kids. And his wife is just like, can you even name your daughter's birthday? And he's like, and he freezes because he's put on the spot, and he realizes he remembers the day of the year, but he doesn't remember the exact year of her birth. So he's like, it's such and such date. And the judge is like, of what year? Right? So like, this is the idea of this character who's like been so devoted to his job that he's just like completely neglected his family. And he gets put on the spot, and he can name the day of, and the judge is like, can you name, like, what's your firstborn child's birthday? And he's like, it's such and such day of such and such month. And he's like, of what year? And he's like, well, she's such and such years old, so that would be. And the judge is like, no, don't even count backwards. I've heard enough. And then the judge gives full custody with no visitation to the wife. And so main character is just kind of like, he's in a hell of his own making, right? And so then we kind of skip forward 5 years, right? He's thrown himself into work. And he's just completely lost himself in it. He's barely eating or drinking, loses a bunch of weight. And he's telling himself, I'm helping my customers. Because his whole thing is, he believes that he is sacrificing to make more sales, to help get more people protected by insurance. And then whenever one of his customers has a emergency where they need insurance, they call him, and then he comes into work and he files the paperwork and makes sure they get as much as possible to cover their bills, that all their bills get covered. When like part of insurance is you're supposed to pay the least amount possible, because that's how insurance makes money. And he's like, if I don't do it, my coworkers are just going to rip them off, and I have to help people. This is how I save people. Because he lives in a time and a place of superheroes and supervillains. And he's like, I can't fight crime, but I can help people cover their bills after the villains do their thing, right? And then he gets a letter one day. But instead of work, it was a car. He gets a letter one day, and the letter tells him like, hey, I know you went through a lot with your family situation. The company told us about your family situation. That's why they moved us to another agent. But those agents have been like back charging us for all of the money that you got for us after this crisis we had. And we didn't have that money because we spent it because we had to rebuild our lives. And now we're like going into bankruptcy because we can't pay these debts to this insurance company. Like, I know that you're going through whatever, but can you do something? And so he looks into it, and he finds out ever since this happened, his company has been taking people off of his portfolio, taking his customers away. And he had so many customers, he didn't even notice that they have been reassigning his customers to other agents and telling his customers, don't contact him. He had a family emergency. Don't contact him. He's really torn up because his family left him, right? And telling them not to contact him. And then they've been back charging them all and taking back all the money he won from them. He won for them. And so he confronts his boss and he's like, why are you doing this? What are you doing? Why are you taking my customers away? Why are you back charging? That's not even legal the way you're doing it. And his boss just laughs in his face and is like, you sacrificed your entire family to try to help these customers, and we're just going to take the money back, so you completely wasted everything. And he's like, you're our best-selling agent because you're so earnestly believing you're helping people, and it's the only reason we keep you around. And he snaps, right? His boss is laughing in his face and goading about the fact that he sacrificed his entire life for this job to help these customers, and now the customers are getting put into bankruptcy, are getting put into the poorhouse, are getting put into poverty. So he just snaps and he punches his boss in the face. And he hits his boss so hard, he just caves in his boss's face, and his boss has to go to the hospital. The company obviously sues him. And his lawyer, but I thought it'd be really funny if there was this moment where, like, the same judge who'd been like, answer your wife's question, what's your daughter's birthday? That same judge, like, hears about this case happening, right? And like pulls some strings and is like, I'm going to see that case, and then oversees this case to kind of get some closures to like what happened, right? Because he's like, I have material understanding of this situation because I saw over the custody case involved with their divorce, right? And kind of a Mr. Incredible thing. Not really a Joker arc. I'm getting to where he actually becomes a superhero, but I kind of got lost when I was thinking about this story. I kind of got lost in the setup because I was just thinking about this really cool setup, right? And so, I think it's a cool setup. And so the judge asks what happened. He says what happened, and the boss's lawyer is like, no, this guy was going against company policy. He was paying out more than company policy, and he was acting against the best interests of the company, and he was being reprimanded, and he responded poorly. And then his lawyer is like, he was staying within company policy. Here's letters from all of the people who've been victimized by this backcharging policy, and it's actually not only against company policy, but also illegal to do it this way. And so the judge looks at the situation, and the judge says, okay, you have to, he says to Alexander, he's like, you have to pay your now ex-bosses, because he got fired instantly, right? He's like, you have to pay your ex-bosses medical fees. You have to pay his medical fees because you did injure him. But saying to the companies, like, okay, and the insurance company, you need to reverse all of these back charges and give these people back their money, and stop hounding these people for money that they were rightfully given, that they were rightfully awarded. Because if you don't, they're going to have a class action lawsuit, and I will personally oversee that case, and you don't want to know how that's going to rule. You can guess how I'm going to rule that, which is probably a judge being like not impartial and being a bit like showing some bias, but they're like, okay, fine, but he's never going to work in the insurance industry again, right? So he is forced Like he needs, in order to get the money to pay the doctor's medical bill, the boss's medical bills, he has to sell his house. Now, his wife and kids had moved out of the house and moved in with his mother-in-law. And now when the house goes on the market, his ex-wife finds out about it. And she's like, oh, well, if you're selling the house, we have memories in that house. So I'm just going to buy it from you. So she buys the house and he moves out. Because she's become, in this 5 years, she's become a regional manager at her accounting firm and she's making really good money. And then he, so what he does is he buys a small townhouse in the south side of town, which is the poor side where all the villains and criminals hide out. Right. So where does this get to be a superhero story? It sounds like it's being like really dramatic and emotional, right? And like really like sad. But then it gets to the superhero part. He gets a job at a convenience store. Like a 7-Eleven, but not. But an off-brand 7-Eleven. I don't know what I'm going to call the convenience store, but it's some kind of like convenience, some kind of corner store that he starts working at. I don't want to use the I don't want to call it 7-Eleven because like this is my own story and I don't want to use like branded stuff if I can avoid it. So 7-Eleven is called 7-Eleven because when they first opened, they were open from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. So they were 7-Eleven, 7 to 11. Now they're usually open like 24 hours. But like, the name just stuck. At least that's how I was told. So that's why I always write it as 7-11. Thinks he's a hero at heart. He has to walk to work because he had to sell his car too. And they live in a place called Jury City. Put that in the intro. Called the Jury League. So his boss then buys one of the personal deployable armors that we talked about before as this thing that's a recent development in the world, where now anyone who pays enough money can get superhuman strength and durability, right? Through these suits that you deploy through a belt, but you have to pay a subscription service in order to be able to use them, in order to get usage time for them, right? So his boss is like, I think you have the heart of a hero, and you need to defend yourself because you're walking through some of the most dangerous neighborhoods in the city in order to get to work, right? And as an investment in you as an employee, I'm going to buy you this belt and pay for 3 months of a gold subscription for you, where you have unlimited usage hours of your super suit. And is like, don't fret. Like, if you see something happening and you need to step in, you have unlimited usage of this belt. He has unlimited usage of the belt for 3 months. See, this is the part where it's gonna get really silly, chat. Instead of Doctor Strange, it's Doctor Unusual. creating an opening for Dr. Unusual to capture the villain. Yeah, I realize I dealt with that a lot. I've been thinking about it a lot because I wanted to have a good setup. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to any real people or characters is completely coincidental and unintentional. Anyway, have a good night, Herbert. It was great having you. I value having you here in this community, and I believe that you are a wonderful person who is deserving of love and happy and worthy of happiness and good things. So have yourself a great night, Herbert. It was great having you. few days later, blah, 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 blah. Greg brings him in his office. Dr. Unusual is there. They say that they've been observing him and think that he should apply for training to become a pro hero. He agrees, if only to prove his point. So this is where we get to the refusal of the call part of the story, which is where he's told he has his desire. All of his stuff was driven from his desire to help people, right? Except he took it too far and he lost touch with everything in his desire to help people. He had no balance and he let that desire consume him, right? And he took everything else. He took his family, he took other people's lives for granted. But that passion for helping people is still there, which is why he stepped in and helped Dr. Unusual when Dr. Unusual was fighting that villain. So basically he was walking to work. He sees this villain who's holding these people hostage, some kind of villain with powers and whatever. And Dr. Unusual, this essentially Doctor Strange clone, this Sorcerer Supreme, Mage Extraordinaire, is trying to stop him, but the villain has this device that's interrupting Dr. Unusual's magic. And Dr. Unusual can't stop him. So seeing the situation, he activates his belt and he surprises, he manages to come up behind the villain and surprise him, knock the device out of his hand, and rescue the people. and then Doctor Unusual is able to, with the device out of the guy's hand, is able to step in and capture the guy, destroy the device, and save the day, right? Or take the device and save the day. And so a few days later, Dr. Unusual's like, you help me. You have what it takes to be a hero. He's like, no, I don't. He's like, I am not qualified to be anyone's hero. Like, look what happened before. And they're like, well, we've looked at how you've interacted with people. We look at how you do things, and we think you definitely have potential. You just need training. And he's like, I'm 45. I'm he's basically saying, like, what am I really gonna do? And he's like, if you really knew me, you wouldn't say that. So Dr. Unusual's like, can I read your mind? He's like, sure, just to prove the point that I'm not the person you seem to think I am. Reads his mind and is like, okay, I can see where you've made mistakes. You went too far, you lost control, and you made a lot of common blunders that, like, other heroes before you have made, of helping people before everything else, putting the mission before everything else and getting caught up, but then your business took advantage of you. But there are places where you can get training, and Dr. Unusual's like, I'll help you with training, and is like, I'll help you with training, and there's a special gym that does training for licensed heroes. And he's like, I don't know, like, what even type of hero would I be? I don't have any special skills. He just has a PDA belt. Hyperdimensional power source. Okay. So they finally get him, and then Greg's like, listen, you should at least take the offer, get training, go to the gym. You need to get in shape. You need to work on your diet anyway, and this means the next time you have to help someone on your way to work, you'll know more of what to do besides blindside a villain, grab the civilians, and leap away. Right? So he caves and agrees. Right? So that's where he just like, and then he starts training. Ooh. I get that you had a rough life that left you with low self-esteem and bitterness, but it does not give you the right to poison naive teenagers and mutilate their corpses. Your master failed you in all regards. Ooh, I like that, LeMay. That's the hero shooting back from the other the villain monologue you were working on earlier? Is that the hero, like, that sounds like the hero, like, being like, hey, this is my response to that, and calling out the villainous action that's being done, which is manipulating innocent people and all of that after he beats him up. Ooh, nice. I like it. And that final bit where he's like, your master failed you in all regards, that kind of like frank moment where it's like your master that you looked up to failed you. The person who you put your trust in failed you, and you need to understand that and stop trying to follow their example. I love it. I love it, LeMay. I love it, LeMay. So at this part, right, we jump over to the at some point I want to jump over to the perspective of the wife of Nancy, right? And I want to do a thing where while all this is happening, right? There's been this stuff happening on the other side that like starts to unfold, right? Which I guess I could have be told. I could be told. I could still maintain perspective. I think I can have that. So he goes to this superhero gym and he starts getting like some super supplements to help with his muscle recovery. Not stuff to give him like superpowers, but just to help him with recovering. And he starts training and he gets a special diet. Okay. Okay. So then he starts turning his life around, and that's the whole thing with him, like starting to have this growth and learning, right? So I'm imagining Dr. Unusual is this like the sorcerer supreme mage person, right? Who's kind of like being a mentor to him, right? But whereas Doctor Strange is like a surgeon, Dr. Unusual is like a therapist. Like a psych. Kind of. I'm imagining it being a thing where like he's like emotionally intelligent, where it's like taking this idea of this doctor who's also a mage and deals with cosmic level threats, and then turning it on its head as it's someone who's like a psych who knows about people, and during his day job when he's not out patrolling or dealing with interdimensional threats, right? He's like working with people and trying to get them help. And yeah, you could say he saves people with empathy. And I would say also it would probably be, now that I'm thinking about it, it'd probably be a thing where like he's good at like getting through to criminals and to villains and being like, listen, you don't want to do this right now. This is not you living your best life. And maybe he's able to like reach out to villains. I think that would be really cool. So this is the part where like he starts to talk to and he finds out what's been happening while he's been gone, right? So he's a week before he's set to be done with his 6-week training course. He's coming out of the gym, out of the superhero gym, and he sees his ex-wife Nancy. And she's like in her car and she's dropping someone off. He doesn't recognize. Some young man, looks like 18, 19, right? And the guy goes past him and he tries to walk away. Okay. 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 Fear of giving away a secret. Okay, so this is the scene that I wanted to have where he started working out. He started going to this gym. He's doing a good diet. He's taking better care of himself. He's training. And he's learning, not just training his body, but also training his mind, right? And learning how to be a hero. Like his suit will cover a lot of the physical fitness things he needs to do, but he has to actually mentally be prepared to do the things, right? And to know what he needs to do. And it just helps him to actually be in better shape. Even though the suit covers for a lot of like the physical fitness stuff, right? But it's still, there's just good stuff for your brain when your body is in good shape. And training with the shield and training with all of that stuff. And then one day, about 5 weeks into his course, so 1 week before he's done with his 6-week course, he's coming out of the gym and he sees his ex-wife. He's dropping someone off. He doesn't recognize, some 18, 19-year-old kid. He just tries to power walk away. He's like, nope, 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 nope. She sees him. She's like, hey, can we talk? And he's like, sure, meet me at that coffee shop. And he's like, okay, so do you know what that place was? And she's like, yeah, I was told that's a gym for superheroes where they train superheroes, where they train heroes. And he's like, okay, who was that you were dropping off? And she's like, oh, that's one of Lisa's friends from high school. His mother contacted me and said that apparently he had secretly gained superpowers a few years ago, had been operating as an illegal, unlicensed superhero for a few years, and he recently had gained his license and is getting remedial training to try to set a good example for his friends. And his mother had been driving him to the gym for his workouts, but she couldn't drive him today. So she had spilled the beans to Nancy and said, can you drive him to the gym? Nancy said she doesn't. And he's like, well, he's one of Lisa's friends. Does Lisa have superpowers too? Is Lisa a superhero? And she's like, I don't know. Lisa hasn't said anything. And I didn't ask. I didn't tell her I was driving her friend because I didn't want to give away his secret. And she expresses that she's worried that in her drive to provide for her family and to climb up the ranks at her job and be able to provide financially for her family and to be all of these things, that she may have missed her kid becoming a superhero. That Lisa might be keeping this a secret from her. Yeah, sneaky vigilante. She only finds out about it because her friend is like, hey, can you drive my son to the gym? So now she's wondering, is my kid secretly a vigilante? Did I miss it? He's friends with my kid. And now she's wondering if she just completely missed that. Let me check something real quick. $11. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. 10 or 11. Okay, so freshman, sophomore. So that would have put her, hold on, let me check my math. In the beginning of the story, I said she was 14. That would have meant she hadn't started high school yet. Okay. Pop quiz? What's the pop quiz? Or my pop quiz of trying to figure out what grade this character would be at 16. What is 2 thumbs and has written over 1,000 words tonight? I'm proud of you, country girl. I'm proud of you. You saying junior? Junior LeMay? I mean, 14 would be freshman. Yeah. Yeah, I think junior works. Junior. Which would mean she was in the 9th grade at the start of the story. Grade 9. Which would mean I was junior, then 3 years later, she would be... I mean, her 2nd year of college. Okay. Okay. But I'm proud of you, country girl. I don't even know how many words I've written tonight. Because there's no word counter thing in Notepad. You're losing words from editing? Hey, listen, it happens, LeMay. It really does. I think it's better to be concise. You've beaten 4 monsters and 4 of the words? Nice! Two more and you finish your quests? Nice! Five? Oh, you've beaten 1 more and you finish your quest. Hey, you're even further along than you thought. Nice! I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. All that water I drank earlier is coming back to haunt me, chat. I'll be right back. I'm back, chat. We still here? We still here? People still here? Are people still here? Are people still here? It looks like people are still here. You're back? Oh, you're here, LeMay? Great. I'm glad you're here. Hey, you go get that ice cream, country girl. I'm proud of you. Country girl, I'm proud of you. I want you to know that I'm proud of you. You have accomplished a great deal tonight. Oh, excuse me. Was what to do. So I want to have a thing where they're talking and like they start to realize that they still care about each other, right? As much as she's tried to act like she didn't care, she's still held the candle for him. And like, spoiler alert, I am intending with this story to be kind of a story where they get back together in the end. I know it's cliche, I know it's generic, but it's my story and I can do what I want. So I want to build towards that naturally. And I have the thing where like she separated because she needed to protect herself and her kids and her family from just constantly having these unmet expectations. And constantly being taken for granted. Yeah. So like that is what I want for this story, is in the end, or at least partway through the story, I want them to go back to being a family again, right? For him to come back into the picture, but I want to get there gradually, right? So how I'm envisioning this is it starts with like, okay, she sees him at the gym, right? And he tells her about the workout, and he asks about the family, and she tells him about what's going on and about the kids, right? And then welcome back. Did you grab your ice cream, country girl? So then it's a thing where and then the next step is he says, yeah, I'm going to be finishing my training program in a week. And she's like, oh, when is it? And she's like, I'll bring you a cake or whatever you can eat on your diet just to celebrate you finishing your training program. Just as a kind gesture, right? And he's like, okay. And then it starts moving into like whenever she has time away from work, she kind of like will visit him at his job and like talk to him, and then have these moments where they start to like fall back in love with each other, right? And then but like through some of the times, right, he'll get the call on his phone that he has to go, that like there's an emergency that needs his help. But like whereas before he would just leave. Like when he was an insurance agent, as soon as he got the call that one of his customers needed him or something, he would just leave. No goodbyes, no I'm sorries, no nothing, right? This time, when he gets the call, right, he takes a second and he just like looks from the eye and he's like, listen, this is an emergency. I have to go. I'm sorry. And she's like, be safe. Let me know whenever you're home safe. And so it's like, it's a completely different scenario where like he takes that second to say, I have to go. I'm sorry. Goodbye. And it's like, it's the little things that like add up to doing so much, right? And then chocolate with chocolate syrup and a little Dr. Pepper poured over it. Nice. And then like he like will start like, he'll like text her when he gets home and he's like, yeah, I'm home safe. My mission, you know, the emergency was resolved and I'm home safe now, as he gets to his house, right? And have them slowly build towards rebuilding their relationship with each other before they start including, like, before they even tell the kids. And all of the hijinks that are involved with that as they try to not tell the kids that they're seeing each other again. And all of that stuff. Mm-hmm. Actually, I might move them down in age or down in grade because I want the younger child 5 years later to still be in school. The simple answer is I just move him down. Grade 7, move him down to grade 7. So that means he's in his senior year of high school. 5 years later, he's in his senior year of high school, and she's in her sophomore year of college. Okay, yes. Got full ride on scholarships. Hmm. fish is named Rocky. Do. His hyperdimensional shield is what was able to smash the portal device. He's a hero. Okay, how many words have I written tonight? Let me see how many words I've written tonight. I'm actually curious. I really wish... Is there really not a... Okay, I'll put it in a Google Doc. No, I'll just put it in a fresh document. I have written so far tonight. Ha! Oh goodness. Chat. It has been a rough night. I have written so far tonight 3,270 words. Oh goodness, chat. And I'm only at like the introduction. I'm only at the introduction. Haven't even got to this stuff with reveal of his daughter's story. I think I might have to end it here though, because I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry and I need to eat something. We've done 3,000 words, chat. I might do more stuff later. Chat. I don't know. This was fun. Putting down this idea. I realized that like the bulk of the night was going through the pre-superhero stuff. The bulk of the night was the pre-superhero stuff. And then we just got to the superhero stuff. That was actually a pretty good amount. Yeah, that was actually a pretty good amount. There was, I think it was pretty split between like the pre-superhero stuff and the post-superhero stuff. Okay. I want to keep writing, chat. I want to keep writing, but I'm really hungry and I need to get food. And it is going on 1 a.m., chat. It's going on 1 a.m., chat. We might pick this up and do some more stuff with this later. Could turn this into a comic book. Could turn this into any number of things if I ever learn to draw. Let's just switch over to the just chatting screen. Let's do the wind down. Let's do the wind down and the ending stuff. It's funny. Looking at this now, it looks like I had the most people when I was writing the whole part about like the Alexander being a horrible father, which I find really funny. That's what I had the most viewers for, writing about how like almost irredeemable this character is. Okay. Okay, trying to see if there's anything cool. Oh wow, there's lots of stuff being shared on the interwebs. Oh my gosh, Araka from FaZe Connect just made a funny joke. Okay. Okay. I'm tired. It's probably a good thing I stopped when I did. Okay. So for those of you who don't know, I like to say positive things about each of I like to speak positivity for my viewers before we end stream. So let's wind down for the night. Okay. I'm gonna shout out everyone who was in stream tonight. We had a lot of people tonight. It was a lot of people. Okay, so tonight we had LeMay, Goody Gaming, Noel Main, Nabiru, KM Gilbertson, which is also a country girl, Noel Main, LeMay, I saw them earlier. Herbert Steele, that was a new person tonight. That was fun, having a new person. At least I think they were new. I haven't seen them around before, but I can remember. Jesus Mendoza was here tonight. Nevermore was here over on the Twitch side. Gotta come up with a name for the convenience store. If I'm not gonna do 7-Eleven, I might do something funny. I think that was everybody I mentioned. So to all the people who I mentioned so far, thank you for coming. Thank you for participating in chat. You've helped make the night go so much smoother. It was great having all of you here. And I say to all the people who lurked tonight and didn't say anything in chat, thank you for coming. I appreciate your presence. I appreciate your views. I appreciate your attention, your time, and your energy. And to all the people who watch this VOD afterwards, I appreciate all of you contributing to this channel and to this community. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I'm grateful to you. Have yourselves a wonderful night, everybody. And I want you to know that I believe in all of you, and I love each and every one of you. I want you to know that I think that you are truly wonderful, special, one-of-a-kind, and unique individuals, that you make this world a better place by living in it in your own way. I believe that you all possess an infinite potential, and that you can do so many great things. I believe that you are valid, worthy of love, deserving of happiness and good things. You matter. You are important. And I believe that your hopes, your fears, your concerns, and your dreams are valid and worthy of notice. You are important. Always remember the Star Hunter motto: shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. And blah, blah, blah. Have yourselves a wonderful night, everybody. If you are watching on YouTube, I ask that you like the stream. It helps the algorithm with getting it out to more people, helps getting in front of more eyes and getting more views. That helps a lot with the channel's growth, and it means a great deal to me if you could do that. And if you have any friends or neighbors or aunts or uncles, co-workers, best friend, parental unit, anyone you think might enjoy my content, feel free to show them my content and invite them to the next stream. Also, I meant to announce this earlier. Next stream on Friday. Oh my gosh, I should make an announcement of this. I should have made an announcement of this first. This Friday is the first Friday of the month. I'm doing a special raft stream starting at 6 p.m. EST on Hero Girl's channel. I'll post a link to it on Discord, and I'll link to the post of it on Twitter whenever Hero Girls makes the post. My stream is starting at 9:30 EST, because we're going to go from 6 to 9 there. Then mine's going to go to 9:30. So I was going to start at 9:30, so I'm starting late on Friday. Just a heads up. If you want to keep up with what I'm doing, you can you can subscribe to my Facebook page. Oh my gosh, I forgot the ads. You can subscribe to my Facebook page. You can ding the notification bell. You can follow me on Twitch or Twitter or X or Blue Sky Social. You can join my Discord. You can like my Facebook. Links to all of those are in the description down below on YouTube, and they are in the About page on Twitch. One last thing. You do not have to donate to be here. I do not expect you to give money to be a member of this community. You are valued and loved and cared for and as a treasured piece of this community, just for being here and giving me your time, your attention, and your energy. With that said, I do appreciate the people who do donate to make things possible for me that would not be possible through any other way. I appreciate all the people who have helped me out with so many things. And if you ever feel motivated to donate to improve the stream, to improve my life, to help me out with any number of things, and it is financially safe and responsible for you to do so, there are links where you can do so in the description down below on YouTube and the donate button on Twitch. All donations are 100% non-refundable. In the description, there's a link to PayPal where you can do a one-time donation, or Ko-fi where you can do either a one-time donation or a monthly donation. For those monthly donations, there's not any rewards for those right now. It's more of just saying you have a tangible way you want to say you appreciate my content. And if you're going to do a one-time donation, I do prefer you do PayPal because I get more of the money. And the donate button on Twitch just takes you to Ko-fi where you can again do a one-time donation or a monthly donation. Thank you all for coming. Have yourselves a good night. I need to go get some food. Good night, everybody. Do I have anybody watching on Twitch? Is there people watching? There's only one person watching on Twitch. So I'm probably just going to end without rating anybody tonight. But good night, everybody.